nous allons reprendre la session. Nous avons pris une pause de 15 minutes et je demanderai à mon collègue Cédric de venir vous expliquer la raison de la pause. D'abord, I'm looking at my co-chair friend. He's coming. He's not running, but almost. Alors, ça fait du bien d'avoir la porte ouverte. On a un beau soleil qui est là pour nous énergiser pendant qu'on a un soleil brun au-dessus de nous. So please take your seat. Okay, so nous reprenons la rencontre. We continue the meeting. And now first I will turn the floor over to my colleague Cedric. He will address the issue why we had to take a short pause or break, and then I'll come back. So Cedric, to you.
Thank you, Rita, for that. And welcome back, everyone. As you take your seats, we just want to address the point of order that was raised by multiple chiefs on or regarding the live stream that is being broadcast externally. So after verification with the different teams, our technical team and legal, we saw that the APTN stream, the official stream for registered individuals, was live at all times. So that stream was uninterrupted and accessible to anyone who had registered to the assembly. The streams that were cut off are streams that were on APTN and possibly on CBC. These ones were cut, but according to AFN, this was done by their request. Again, the issue of people had to register to have access to the live stream, and those that did still do. So for this point of order, knowing that the technical side of it is okay, the point of order is resolved as we still do have a live stream being cast to members who are registered. With regards to the decisions of APTN and CBC live streaming, that is thrown in court, we will look towards them contacting AFN if they do wish to live stream. But for now, as it stands, the live stream is available for registered members, so that is what is being maintained right now. So for the point of order, that is addressed, and I would like to turn it back to my co-chair, Wina Siwi.
Merci Cédric et désolé puis de la situation, mais merci pour votre patience et votre compréhension. Alors, il est maintenant 11h43 et comme je l'ai annoncé un peu plus tôt, je vais maintenant inviter la chef nationale Archibald. Donc, c'est mon honneur de l'inviter à venir s'adresser à vous pour une période de 30 minutes, la même durée que la présentation précédente par les chefs régionaux Prosper et Bernard. Alors, à 5 minutes, je vais indiquer qu'il reste 5 minutes. 2 minutes, je vais dire qu'il reste 2 minutes. Et à la fin, les microphones seront coupés si c'est requis. Et je vous reviens tantôt pour qu'on puisse parler de le temps de pause. So, it is now my honor to invite National Chief Archibald to come to the microphone here to the podium and to address the assembly for 30 minutes. So please start the timer once National Chief is here. To you, thank you.
Before I begin my comments, I want to turn it over to my legal counsel to reiterate a few legal points. I will speak, and then Chief Wendy Jocko will speak.
Sego Seguego, Guardio Yondar de Young Yachts. My name is Aaron Detler, and I'm one of the lawyers who's working with National Chief Archibald. She's asked me to make a couple of quick comments from a legal perspective, and I'm going to be very short. One of the issues that I needed to address was what I believe to be a misstatement by Regional Chief Prosper with respect to the legal proceedings that occurred in the Ontario Superior Court. The National Chief brought the application because the Executive Committee attempted to bar her from attending this session. They tried to stop her from speaking to you. The National Chief did not go to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice to have that court make a determination on who got to say what about Indigenous rights and interests. She simply went to the court to ensure that she could speak directly to the Chiefs of Assembly, and she was successful in that endeavor. It's only after she went to court that they withdrew the position that she should not attend. The second issue deals with this purported suspension. Legally, there is no suspension. The Executive Committee is asking you to endorse something that does not legally exist, from my perspective. The Charter is clear. The Code of Conduct is clear. The whistleblower policy is clear. The Executive Committee does not have the capacity to suspend a National Chief. They can make a recommendation to the First Nations in Assembly, and the First Nations in Assembly can then make a determination. But what they're trying to do, in my respectful opinion, and I'm going to try to keep what we refer to from where I'm from, Ganaquio, which reflects a lot of the basically love for one each other, what we call Ganarunkwa. But what's happening right now, in my respectful opinion, is them as an Executive Committee structurally trying to get you to endorse something that they couldn't do in the first place. And they teach all lawyers this very fancy word, nemo dat non habat. They're trying to get power to themselves, which they themselves do not have. The final point, before turning it over to the National Chief, is that as a matter of process, the HR policy was not followed. If there were complaints, and if there were complaints legitimately brought forward, then they should have worked their way up through the HR policy process via the Secretariat. For some reason, and I think everyone here can surmise some of those reasons, they bypassed the entirety of the process. And in my respectful position, they tainted this process in terms of how a healing path forward can be achieved. I received several pieces of information from news media with respect to explicit details of these alleged complaints, which only could have come from the complainant, the Executive Committee, or the Secretariat. We have never been apprised of these details, yet somehow the media was aware of them. And the National Chief has refused to move this forward in the public forum, and simply relaying information to chiefs as she's obligated to do, in my respectful position, is not a breach of confidentiality. So with that, in those opening remarks, I'd like to thank once again the host communities, and thanks the Chiefs in Assembly, and as well thanks the Executive Committee for all their hard work, and turn it over to the National Chief. Now go.
Amigo Sharon, Wachimiswe, Roseanne Archibald Nittishnikasan. Bear Sage Woman is my traditional name, and I don't often share that in public. It is, to me, a very sacred name that speaks to the medicine that I carry. But I want to, first of all, thank all of you for being here Thank you, Chiefs, again, for your work, for your energy, for your time. I want to start with one of my favorite quotes. The truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Set it free, and it will defend itself. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the truth. The truth of what is happening at the AFN. Many of you know me, especially in Ontario. I am relentless in my pursuit of truth. And let me assure you that the struggle for transparency, accountability, and truth is an honorable and worthy cause. It's good to be here standing in front of you as the duly elected National Chief. As Aaron just explained, I am not suspended. Regional chiefs do not have the authority to suspend a national chief. That's why they're bringing tail end, working backwards, to bring you this motion, number 3, because they're trying to cover their tracks of the mistakes they made. Why did they attempt to suspend me? Because I told the truth about the corruption at the AFN. They don't want you to know the truth. They don't want me to talk directly to you. But I am obligated to talk to you under the Charter. I have a sacred, moral obligation to speak the truth. The AFN Secretariat and the regional chiefs and the NIB Corporation, as Chief Prosper talked about, is a colonial structure. It follows non-Indigenous laws. It's not grounded in our culture. It's not grounded in our values. It's not grounded in our traditions. It is a non-Indigenous corporation. And chiefs, that's why I came forward. The current structure is a threat. It is a danger. That's my oath. That I am here to tell you about the dangers and threats to your sovereignty, to your jurisdiction, to your rights, to the survival of your communities. And as it stands now, the National Indian Brotherhood Corporation is a threat to all of those things. How many of your regional chiefs shared full disclosure with you, all the facts? I don't think very many. They're hiding, being told to hide behind legal threats. There's a legal boogeyman in this room, and that's always held over our heads as AFN executive. But I know that my obligation is an ethical one, that I have a sacred responsibility above all else, above the non-Indigenous laws of this country. We have natural laws given to us by the Creator. These natural laws are our sacred responsibility to take care of these lands that the Creator placed us on, to protect our way of life, our self-determination, our self-government. This flows from the Creator. This is our highest obligation. Our highest obligation is not to protect the National Indian Brotherhood Corporation. I really appreciated what Regional Chief Prosper said about love, that he loves me. But you know what's happening? Lateral violence. Colonial lateral violence against me. And by extension, all of you as chiefs, because you put me here. I am your representative. I am your servant. I only exist because all of you put me in this position. So an attack on me is an attack on you. The regional chiefs have usurped your authority. It is your authority to determine what happens to the national chief. You elected me, not the regional chiefs. You determine what discipline I face, not the regional chiefs. It's time for you, chiefs, to take the AFN back. Assert yourselves as chiefs. I know you work hard in your communities. I know that you love the people. We suffer sometimes because of our love. People attack us, but that doesn't ever diminish the love we have and the service we feel to our people. And I know all of you feel that in your hearts. You feel that love and care. It's why you're sitting here today. It's why you're sitting on council. It's why you chose this path forward, to lift up people, to help them move forward in life in a good way. And I said earlier, I believe it is your deep and abiding love and care that underlies all of your work, because I know it underlies mine. And as you look at me as the first woman national chief undergoing this kind of lateral violence, you must call upon this love that you have for your wives, your daughters, your granddaughters, your mothers, your aunties. You must call upon that love and say, this lateral violence will stop. I have always stood for transparency, accountability, and truth, always. Duncan Michano is in this room, Chief Duncan Michano. 1989, I was hired as a band manager. And we cleaned the organization. We healed it. And today they're one of the best run communities in Canada. And I did a small part of that. Everybody knows this long history I have. These 33 years of commitment to ethical, moral, spiritual, work. I recognize that as the first woman leader, as someone who has broken the ceiling 5 times, the glass ceiling, I've always walked with a different style of leadership. But it's always called for the same thing, which is transformative and positive change. And that's what we need at the AFN. We need to heal the AFN. Following decades, there have been decades of calls for reform. Decades. And that has been met with resistance and, in my case, retaliation. The reason we're here today and the reason I'm giving this speech is because I refused to give $1 million plus to staff in a staff payout. I refused. I knew it was wrong. This funding that I am entrusted with is meant to help you, all of your communities, all of your citizens. I can't hand $1 million to 4 people. I can't do it. It's meant for you. So we have come to a crossroads in our history, or as I like to say, herstory. Because we recognize that underlying all of this also is intergenerational trauma, colonial violence that we have been subject to through these institutions of assimilation and genocide. That's what's playing out here too, intergenerational trauma. This is the healing that we need. This is our moment. This is our pivotal point. This is the time that we can begin to turn and move toward healing and healthiness. Yesterday, the executive talked about their press release. But we need to, and I agreed with them, we need to move forward. Once we finish this discussion, we need to go back to our agenda. There are items that we need to move forward on, and we can't spend another minute in this turmoil. Aaron explained that we had to go to court. I was forced. I did not want to go to a non-Indigenous court, but I knew that they could not stop me from attending this meeting. I knew it was unlawful. And I knew it was unlawful that they attempted to suspend me. Our theme has been mentioned many times, walking the healing path. For the last year, I've been talking about the healing path forward. Healing is not an easy road. I don't know if anybody's ever had a wound. Sometimes you gotta open that up and let that pus run out. And then you gotta clean it, and then you gotta heal it. And sometimes that's painful. And sometimes that's difficult. Healing is not kumbaya. Healing is work. And we must do that work together. Not only for the AFN, but for the people who are watching this. All the citizens who deserve clean drinking water, who deserve a good house to live in, who deserve schools that they can proudly send their children to. That's what we're healing. And everybody is looking to us in this moment. This is being called the biggest crisis in the 40-year history of the AFN. But I don't see it as a crisis. I see it as a great opportunity. It is a great opportunity for us to clean the AFN and heal it. We're on the right track, Chiefs. Make no mistake about it. Focus. Focus on the facts. I was not suspended because of an HR investigation. I was suspended because I talked to the chiefs in Ontario in an in-camera session and told them about my concerns that are 4 years old. They're not from April, May, June. They're from 4 years ago. And somebody recorded that in-camera session, and somebody shared that to the media. And that's when things went sideways. So I'm not suspended because of an HR investigation. I am suspended because I am speaking the truth. And when I think about the things that I've called for, they're reasonable. I sent you chiefs information about bank transfers, about questionable contracts. I sent you this information. There's lots in the AFN that's hidden. You can hide it in an audit by directing your auditor to look at transactions that are innocuous and hide the other ones. These things are hidden. We need a forensic audit. We need it. We need a forensic audit in just two areas: staff payouts and contracts. Millions of dollars have been paid in staff payouts, millions. That's what the forensic audit will show you. You will see how money that is meant for you and your communities has been going into somebody else's pocket. We must have the forensic audit. The independent investigation is very important as well. Think about what's happening to me. media leaks, stories, one-sided stories being touted in the news. Who's sending that information? Why are they sending that information? Why am I under attack? These are questions that you deserve an answer to. And that's what this independent investigation will show us. It will show us the toxicity that we must root out of this organization. It will show us where we need to heal. It will show us solutions out of this situation that has been building up for decades. Corruption at the AFN, that's not a recent story. That is one of the most widely known secrets in Indian country. You all know that. So I do have a plan. I do have a path out of this. We need to establish a new corporation based in our culture and values, based in our 7 sacred teachings. And that corporation will create a construct for staff to be healthy, safe, and have a work environment where they will celebrate going to. Right now, there's so much fear in the AFN. And it predated me, believe you me. So I think I want to tell you that Buckminster Fuller said, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. That's our path forward. We need a new model. My vision is to honor what the regional chiefs are calling for. If they want to sit as administrative chiefs on a corporation that is grounded in colonial laws, then let them. We need a leadership council, a political leadership council. I want it to be those regional chiefs. I've asked them. Regional Chief Woodhouse said to me, I don't want to be on your leadership council. He said that to me in a meeting. Well, who will be on the leadership council then if it isn't regional chiefs? Well, the path forward is let's set up a chiefs leadership council so you can take back this organization and we can transfer all of those staff that are in that toxic environment at the AFN Secretariat into a healthy corporation grounded in our culture. Our new AFN will exist to do several things. Create a national space where First Nations can participate in a forum to engage in dialogue and make decisions on your shared goals. To facilitate the reclamation, revitalization, and evolution of what I'm calling an international political structure. Nations that you all are made out of. Not individual bands, but nations. That's who you really are. Don't ever let this colonial structure convince you that you are one chief of a small band. You are a part of nations. And our nations made treaties. Our sovereignty, our inherent rights given to us by the Creator made treaties. Nations made treaties. We are nations. So I ask you to stand with me in this positive vision of the future. Stand with me in my deep and abiding love and care for you and your citizens. Let's walk out of this, chiefs, together. This suspension is unlawful. So when that resolution hits the floor, it should not hit the floor. When you support me, you will be supporting your own fights. I know many of you have told me stories about your own struggles
5 minutes left.
against corruption in your own communities. You know, chiefs, every day you're subject to lateral violence, many of you, sometimes really difficult situations. So when you support me, you will be fighting against corruption, not only in the AFN, but everywhere. When you support me, you will be saying no to lateral violence and yes to lateral kindness. So I ask you to support the resolution that I'm going to give some time to Chief Jocko to speak to, which is we need a forensic audit. We need an independent investigation. I want you to know that I am a warrior for peace, a warrior for love. That's who I am.
Wendy Jocko, Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation in Ontario. Fellow chiefs, we are at one of the most important moments in the history, or as I would like to say, her story of the AFN. We have regional chiefs who appear to be caught in flagranti delicto in the midst of a coup against our first woman elected to the position of national chief. These regional chiefs have overstepped their authority and unlawfully suspended National Chief Archibald, who was elected by us as chiefs. Now they are trying to use corporate procedures to cover their mishandling of this situation. There are processes under the HR policy that require a 20-day period to allow the national chief to respond to any allegations that she has breached her duties. And the regional chiefs ignored this basic step that has resulted in procedural unfairness against one of the most admired and respected First Nation women in Canada. National Chief Archibald built this positive reputation over the last 33 years and has a long track record of ethical and honorable work for our people. A reputation others should emulate. It was only when she started to call for transparency, accountability, and honesty at the AFN that she started to be undermined, attacked, and
2
discredited.
minutes left.
As chiefs, we know firsthand the devastation of this kind of lateral violence. We as chiefs have also come under attack for our calls for change and transparency. It is essential that we correct this situation and do as the National Chief has asked, to clean and heal the AFN. As chiefs, we hold the true political authority to direct the AFN's work. The buck stops with us. We alone elect the National Chief and the Regional Chiefs. The Regional Chiefs' actions are usurping our authority. This is a clear case of the tail wagging the dog. It's time for us to assert and uphold our responsibilities. Once we deal with this matter on the illegal suspension of the National Chief, we strike down their unlawful decisions. We must turn our attention to how we will deal with the discreditable actions of the AFN Secretariat and our respected regional chiefs. It's obvious to me as a chief that there are significant negative issues in the workplace of the AFN Secretariat. We need to fully understand this dynamic, its root causes, and jointly develop a plan to move forward. Chiefs, we must answer this with a full independent investigation into the AFN Secretariat and the regional chiefs. Someone must be held accountable for the treatment of our duly elected National Chief. The National Chief has shared information with us showing that AFN Secretariat staff transferred $100,091 from the AFN bank account to their own bank account in a salary payout, and then received a contract to continue working in their job. Further, we learned that the AFN executive were directed by the AFN lawyer to keep quiet about the matter.
Please conclude.
We also learned that a few select chiefs who were already paid salaries from their communities have received contracts
Time is
from
up,
the
please.
former
Your
national
two next
chief.
sentences, please, to
There are
conclude.
just a few, these are just a few examples of what undoubtedly could be many potential and hidden financial irregularities for which we require forensic
I'm sorry,
audit
I have
and
to
fully
ask to
determine
cut the
the
microphone
extent of our
off.
financial improprieties.
I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry. Okay, she'll finish. She's almost finished. I'll let her finish. Thank you.
Un momento. Chiefs, the resolution that Chief Lance Heyman and I presented must be supported so that we can clean up this situation and walk forward together in a good way. I thank you in advance for voting in favor of the emergency draft resolution number 01-2022, which speaks of truth, transparency, and accountability. Miigwech, thank you, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, National Chief, and thank you to her team, and thank you so much. You all respected the time. I'm sorry, I have the bad role here, but it is what it is. So thank you very, very much. You can now, National Chief can now take her seat, and her team can leave the stage. And as I mentioned earlier, we will now take the break, a lunch break, 1 hour and a half. So 90 minutes for lunch. And we will come back here at 1:40 p.m. So we will come back here at 1:40 p.m. I'm sorry, 1:50. I don't want to make any mistakes here. 1:50, 90 minutes lunch. 1:50 here. Thank you. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
He's lying on his deathbed, speaking in a tongue the nuns would never understand. I'm the last full blood from Serpent River, that's what he told his daughter on the day that he died.
Welcome back, everyone. So I hope your lunch hour and a half was good and that you had time to eat, talk, go through these emotions, right? We've had a request from multiple chiefs and regional chiefs also to extend the time so that caucuses can continue their discussions and further their discussions on the current topics. So as chairs, we have the ability to call recess during assemblies, which we will do, and come back at 2:30 to allow for further discussion by chiefs. So we will go to recess and come back at 2:30 local time. Thank you. Your second lunch was as good as your first one, and that you had time to discuss between chiefs, between proxies, and through all of this, make your voices heard. We've got a few little points before we continue on with the agenda. The first one is the results for the motion to adopt the agenda. We said we were coming back with these. So, just to inform you that there was a total of 224 votes, which respects quorum, and there was 185 for, which makes it 84% adopted the agenda this morning. As well, there was a situation that we were made aware of during our lunch break and during our recess, that a booth at the trade show was handing out red lanyards. As you well know, chiefs have red lanyards. So, to ensure this, the AFN team increased the team at distribution, so we will have one scrutineer looking for the count, as well as one scrutineer validating and making sure that the appropriate lanyards, those for chiefs, are the ones that are being raised. So just to make sure, again, we ask for your collaboration. Do not raise your red lanyard unless you are a chief or proxy that is duly mandated. Third point, as we let people start slowly coming in, is with regards to translation. So we had an issue this morning where we were missing enough devices for the people on the floor. This has been corrected, so if ever you do need French or English translation, you can go to the booth in the back. We have one of our friendly staff with a white lanyard that is there to give you that machine to make sure that we can have these conversations together. At the same time, a message from said technician that for those who are coming back in the next days, you can keep your translation device with you and come back with the same one tomorrow. With sanitation rules and all that, it'll make it simpler. Just keep your translation device. The reason to go back is if you are leaving the assembly or if ever your battery runs out, just go and he'll be able to trade one for a brand new one. Other than that, I'm hoping that everyone's enjoying the assembly so far. We know we had certain files to address, and we will be spending the rest of the afternoon going through different resolutions that relate to the same topics. So for the discussions, you had the period with your caucus, you had the period during lunch and during the recess to address these files, and now we will be going towards resolutions for the rest of the day, as well as having a blanket ceremony at around 4:15 for the young family, as well as the honoring of our members who went to the Vatican this year. Okay. So, without further ado, and as our members are walking in, I will hand the stage to Weena.
Good afternoon. Bon après-midi. Merci Cédric pour ces mots et ces explications. Alors, nous allons poursuivre avec les sujets prévus à l'ordre du jour qui a été accepté cet avant-midi par motion à l'unanimité. Alors, nous allons commencer maintenant par le projet de résolution numéro 1. And I'm inviting you to go and get your translation device if it's not already done. But since we're dealing here with sensitive issues, I want to make sure that everyone can hear properly what is discussing, discussing. So I'm gonna make sure that I cover the first part in French, but then I'll probably continue in English. Alors, chefs et mandataires, je tourne votre attention vers le projet de résolution numéro 1. Merci de mettre le projet de résolution numéro 1 en français et en anglais sur les écrans. Ce projet de résolution numéro 1, et quand je ne spécifie pas qu'il s'agit d'un projet de résolution d'urgence, c'est que c'est un projet de résolution qui a été déposé dans les délais convenus, donc si je ne m'abuse, le 28 mai. était le délai. Donc, c'est une des projets de résolution qui ont été déposés dans les délais convenus. Donc, on les appelle on time draft resolution. Alors, c'est le titre. Oh, and talking about not being confused with draft resolution on time and emergency, we have a good example here on the screen. So, sorry, but technician, if you could please put on screen draft resolution number 1, but not emergency resolution draft number 1. I know it's confusing. That's why it's really important to make sure we're discussing the properly draft resolution. So the resolution is entitled number 1, update AFN charter to remove the Confederacy of Nations organ. En français, le titre du projet de résolution numéro 1, qui sera mis très bientôt à l'écran, est « Mise à jour de la charte de l'APN en vue de supprimer l'organe de la Confédération des Nations ». I am now looking to see if we have our mover in the room and our seconder present in the room. For the moment, I just want to see you at the sorry. I'm sorry. Lance. Oh. Sorry, Chief Heyman. I'm looking to see if the mover, Chief Gold, is here, and the seconder, Harvey McLeod. It's DR1 on time draft resolution. So, Chief McLeod? Chief Gold. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the mover is at microphone number 2. Thank you. If you can stay there, I'll come back to you. Microphone number 1. Is the mover, sorry, the seconder present, Chief McLeod? Chief McLeod, are you present in the room? Chief McLeod, Chief R.V. McLeod, Upper Nicola Band, BC. If you're present in the room, you are the mover for draft resolution number 1. Is he present? Oh, okay, I can see him. So if you can, maybe if you can come to, maybe it would be a good thing if you can be at the microphone, the assembly microphone number 1, since the secondary is at, but it's up to you. Okay. So, this draft resolution number 1, entitled Update AFN Charter to remove the Confederacy of Nations organ, has been moved and seconded and written and entered into the record. I will now open the floor for discussions, and I will first give the opportunity to the mover to present, to introduce the draft resolution number 1 to the Assembly. So the mover has maximum of 5 minutes according to the rules, and then I will offer the possibility to the seconder to address the Assembly, and the seconder will have 3 minutes maximum according with the rules, and then if needed, we'll go further with the speakers list. Okay, and I invite you, mover, please, if you want to address the Assembly, microphone number 2, please.
If I may, hello everyone. Ni Delawisi Sa'amolo Giguso. Chief Roddy Gold Jr. of the Abagut First Nation. We're looking for...
I'm sorry,
yeah.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that the timer is put on, please. 5 minutes for the mover on the timer. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. I don't see any timer. I don't know if someone... Who took our timer?
Can I...
It's not okay, this. My friend here will take care of this, thank you. But if you can put it back, it would be really appreciated. So sorry for the disturbing situation, and to you, mover, I just started the,
Okay, hold the clock. Hold on. We're
Yes.
looking for Dean Sayers for the DR number 2, draft resolution number 2. We'd like to do a joint presentation.
okay, okay, you want to, so you're the mover for the
For the first
DR1?
DR1, yes.
And mover, so
Seconder.
mover, you're the mover, okay, and you want to give your permission to, are you going to talk about this right now? Just making sure that I...
Yes, okay, so the
Okay.
draft resolution number 2, we've had a meeting, and we were going to discuss this and address the Assembly collectively. They're just not here yet, so.
Okay, so tell me if I'm wrong or if
Yeah.
I'm right. You want to discuss something, so the mover and the seconder of both draft resolution 1 and draft resolution 2 wants to
Address the Assembly, yes.
address the Assembly
Yes.
together. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm proposed to stop the timer.
Okay.
First, and then I propose to make sure that everyone is on the same page with draft resolution number 2. So draft resolution, so we're talking now with, you should have before you draft resolution number 1 entitled Update AFN Charter to Remove the Confederacy of Nations Organ, and draft resolution number 2, and it is entitled Maintaining the Confederation of Nations Organ. So one is to get rid of this organ, and the other one is to, and the first one, just to be clear, the first one is the amendment, the proposed amendment to the charter, the AFN charter. The second one is not an amendment to the charter because it's maintaining the Confederation of Nations organ, so status quo. Thank you. We now have the draft resolution number 1 on the screen. And the mover for the draft resolution number 2, is the mover present in the room? Just,
I don't see him.
So you want to wait for him? Is the seconder of draft resolution number 2 present in the room? Chief Akous, Lynn Akous, are you present in the room? Chief Akous? Are you?
Yes, Dean's here, excuse me.
Yes.
He's here now.
Pardon me?
He's here now.
Okay, so the mover of draft resolution number 2, Dean Sayers, Batchewana First Nation, Ontario, you're present. Hi. And the seconder, Chief Lynn Akous, are you present in the, hello, yes, you can, maybe, I don't know how you arrange your things, but maybe if you think you're gonna speak, you have the priority right now, and then, depending on what they will announce, we'll know what to do next. So, to you, microphone number 2.
Well, Alan, thank you. Again, Chief Junior Gould of the Abagut First Nation. I've sat on the Chiefs Committee for Charter Renewal for years, and as well as the chiefs who are standing beside me at the microphone. We've been part and parcel of this process for quite a while. We believe in the Assembly of First Nations going in a positive change in direction. So at this time, we would like to withdraw with the understanding that draft resolution 2 will also be withdrawn, and we would like to work with the movers and seconders to develop a modernized oversight body to be presented in the future for the Chiefs and Assembly's consideration.
Thank you, congratulations, because it's always a good thing to discuss and arrange things like this, because the 2 draft resolution was contradictory, and well, so the first thing I need to check is the seconder of draft resolution number 1 agree? Does he agree with your proposal? You propose, mover, to withdraw the draft resolution number 1 on the condition that the draft resolution number 2 is also withdrawn, because you are going to talk about this and clarify this and come back on another moment before the assembly. Did I understand the situation correctly?
Waikashkal Halte Peace Tuxil, Harvey McLeod, Chief, Upper Nicola. I agree with the mover of resolution number 1. We will withdraw in consideration that we will work with the mover and seconder of number 2 to discuss, bring forward, and make some changes. And the only way we can do that is if we work together. 2 different points of view. Let's find a way on how we can come to some consensus so we can move forward together. So with that, I agree with the mover of resolution 1, White Limland.
Thank you so much. I will now ask the mover of draft resolution number 2 to address the assembly and clarify his position if he agree or disagree with what was proposed and agreed with the mover and seconder of draft resolution number 1. So mover of draft resolution number 2, Chief Dean Sayers, the floor is yours. Microphone number 2.
Miigwech, Madam Chair, Ogama Namanagojing, I'm Chief Dean Sayers from Batchewana First Nation, and I really appreciate the efforts in regards to the visit we had in regards to the Confederacy. And I'm completely in support of the withdrawal of these 2 resolutions and rolling up our sleeves and working on the best AFN that we can. In the meantime, the Confederacy will stay in place until we get to that point where we can either maintain the Confederacy or a like body, but I'm looking forward to the work.
Thank you very much. May I invite seconder of draft resolution number 2, Chief Lynn Acuz, to address the Assembly on that matter. To you, microphone number 2, please.
Miigwech, Madam Chair. I want to first of all acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish. Minangay, yes, I very much agree with withdrawing the resolution, given that we understand the urgent need to develop an effective oversight body in the AFN, and we look forward to working towards a solution, a new organ that will also accommodate the numbered treaties. I'm from Treaty 4 territory, and we feel that representation, not just from a regional perspective, but from a treaty perspective, is very important to us. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Okay, so congratulations, mover and seconder of both draft resolution number 1 and number 2 to come with an agreement. So as you all heard, draft resolution 1 and 2 are now withdrawn. So that means they are no longer on the floor. So there are no resolution at that present moment on the floor. They have been withdrawn, so there is no discussion period on that as well, because we have nothing to discuss on there. I'm sorry, to address the Assembly, I will ask that you first be recognized by the chair. At that moment, I'm sorry, but I know you've been up since some, okay, see what we're gonna do. If you think you still have something to discuss, even though I just mentioned it is withdrawn and we have a lot of people in the room and we have a lot of things to discuss this afternoon, if you still think, I give you each 1 minute, just to be fair. Okay, so microphone number 2, 1 minute, please, if you can put the timer, 1 minute. Thank you.
Hi again, Doreen Cardinal, Chapleau Cree proxy for Chief Keeter.
The thing, and I'm really grateful that the chiefs came to a resolution on that and decided, excuse me, to pull those resolutions off the floor. But the fact remains that there's an essential organ that's not operating at the AFN. And that organ is put in place as an oversight committee to watch over the executive chiefs and the national chiefs, and all of the issues I think that we're experiencing today may not be an issue here had that organ been properly funded and supported. So I'm asking the AFN to start following their charter and not take pieces that, for lack of a better word, that they need to use to back up their arguments, and start following the entirety of the charter, and to give respect to our chiefs that put those organs in place.
Thank you, Chief. Point has been noted. It will be in the minutes. Thank you very much. Microphone number 1, please. 1 minute.
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Ketchamonia from the Kiskus First Nation. I brought up my elder, former Chief Ted Cusans. I'm going to share the mic with him right now.
1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I request 3 minutes. Okay.
It's 1 minute, sorry. Thank you.
That's usually the general rule of all our assemblies. I've been attending these for over 30 years, so I request 3 minutes. That's all I need. Madam Chairman, the chiefs, the elders, and the regional chiefs that are sitting in front of us, and also our national chief, I have the highest respect for each and every one of you. I want to acknowledge all the people that are here today. And I want you guys to think about George Manuel, David Hennique, Harold Cardinal, Richardson, Erasmus, Bill Wilson, all those past leaders at the AFN. Those gentlemen come to assemblies with a lot of battles, and they always walked out of each and every auditorium with a solution. I want to give our national chief a pat on the back for one thing. She's saying the right thing in regards to the colonization process that every one of us in this room are in. It does not work. We as Indian people, we were given a special gift from the Creator. Paginanik, Onakanigawin, Gigikawin, Uzichikawin. Anyway, our creation story. You want a solution to the problems on this floor today?
30 seconds left.
That's where it is. We talk about a path healing forward. And change, I tell you something, disrupts everybody's lives. And I asked the national chief, when we go back, you guys go back to Ottawa, are you going to be able to sit together and talk about the new resolution that's going to come forward, where we organize as a...
Thank you. I'm sorry. The 3 minutes, I agreed for your 3 minutes, but thank you, Chief. No, because if I do that, I will need to do that to everyone here, and I think I won't have a lot of friends. So I'm sorry. I want to be fair to everyone, not just to one person. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for helping me doing my job more easily. It's not easy to do that. You know, I'm not doing this. It's only because I want to be fair, neutral, and it's my role. Thank you. And now we'll turn our attention to My co-chair is gonna deal with the next item on the agenda. So, Cedric, my dear colleague, to you.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. So as per the agenda, we are now in the second portion of our resolutions, which are the emergency draft resolutions that are available through distribution and also sent by email to the chiefs. I would ask that emergency draft resolution 03-2022 be posted on the screen, please. Perfect. So the title of this resolution is Special Business, Suspension of the National Chief, subject the Executive Committee's recommendations to suspend the National Chief. It is moved by Cook P. Roseanne Casimir from Tecumseh, Tesequepmec. Is Cook P. Casimir in the room? Cook P. Casimir, thank you. And it is seconded by Chief Ira MacArthur from Pheasant Rum First Nation, Saskatchewan. Is Chief Ira MacArthur in the room? Okay, so Chief Ira MacArthur from Pheasant Rum First Nation, Saskatchewan. Are you in the room? Not seeing Chief Ira MacArthur, I'd look towards to see if anyone else would like to second emergency draft resolution number 3, special business suspension of the National Chief. I look towards Zoom. I see Regional Chief Kevin Hart. Not Regional Chief, excuse me. Kevin Hart as proxy. It's even written in his name. I'm sorry about that. Chief Hart, was this to second emergency draft resolution 03? If I can have Chief Kevin Hart or proxy Kevin Hart put on the stage. Proxy Kevin Hart, if you can state your name, community, and who gave your proxy. If we could have the volume on Zoom, please. One moment, Proxy Hart. Technicians, looking towards you. He's unmuted in the chat. Our assembly speakers are muted for technicians with regards to the Zoom call.
I just had a point of order in regards to the past two resolutions that were talked to in terms of our dear respected elder head there, and for allowing our elder to have more time. And I raised my hand in order to raise a point of order and also to give Elder Ted my time to finish off what he wanted to say to the assembly, because I think the wisdom of our elder right now needs to be heard by our chiefs, and especially the people with such critical issues that we're talking about right now. So that was my point of order in regards to resolutions 1 and 2, is to ensure that Elder Ted had adequate time to ensure that his message was clearly given to the assembly and to the chief, so that, you know, we can have proper dialogue and make proper informed decisions here. I mean, we're talking about the state of our organization, and people across Canada are watching us right now, including our youth and women. So I highly advise you as an assembly, and of course I'll greet our national chief and the regional chiefs and the respected chiefs and elders and youth and women's council there. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Hart. So as I understand, you are not seconding resolution number 3. look towards the Assembly, I was told that Seconder Chief Ira MacArthur has arrived in the room. Chief MacArthur? Chief MacArthur, we will offer, it was just to make sure that you were in the room with us. So now we will be going on to enter into the record that emergency draft resolution 03 entitled Special Business Suspension of the National Chief has a mover and a seconder. We will now go on towards discussion and, as process dictates, offer 5 minutes to our mover to address the Assembly. So Cookbeat, Roseanne Casimir. It will be on microphone number 2 for our technicians. Yeah, and it's 5 minutes on the time, please.
Okay, so I'm Cookbeat Roseanne Casimir Winsquest at the Commons de Schwetmec. I am very honored to be here and want to acknowledge the lands and where we are, the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish First Nation. And I just want to hold my hands up to all the leadership and everyone that's in attendance of the important motions that are coming to the floor. It gives me major heavy heart to even be moving this motion on so many different levels. And, first and foremost, we all traveled here from right across Canada to take care of very important business for our communities. We also, we should be celebrating the hugest announcement of over $40 billion for child welfare. That's why we should be here. And, when I look at this here motion, to me, it's very administrative on every single level. We are talking about our national chief, who we all voted in. We're also talking about, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. To me, those are behind the scenes. That is within the office, and those are issues, that are mandated through HR. There's a duty of conduct, there's a duty to protect the employees, there's all those things that are in place. And there's also rules, for us as leaders and leadership as well. And, I honor the work that National Chief has done on every single level, especially when it came to the Papal visit, when it came to the announcement of the 215, when it came to being within our community September the 30th, and being there for the announcement of all the work, going forward. But being up here, this year is like so wrong on a lot of different levels. And to me, this is just a simple motion that has been put forth. And I know that looking at, if this year motion came forth, it would have been totally illegal without the Confederacy. So that's been tabled. We're still under the Confederacy. And, looking at this year is it's just about a confidential investigation. And that's something that we all want. We want that not only at the AFN level, but within our own communities. And when we're looking at policies, it's about building stronger communities. To me, this is embarrassing right across nationally, and seeing this in the news. When I look at the importance of truth and reconciliation, this has no room for that within the media. And, moving across, the importance of advocating and getting those basic needs for our home communities and our First Nation communities. So yes, we do need government at the table. We do need to be advancing. We do need to be, moving forward. And yes, I am an elected chief and under the Indian Act, but I occupy and uphold rights and title, jurisdiction, and advancing our laws and upholding them. And, I know that in regards to this motion, it's just a temporary suspension, with pay for that full investigation that's being asked at every single level, whether it's the audit, whether it's the HR, whatever that stuff may be. And it's also about, continuing pending the outcome of the ongoing human resources investigation. So those details from that will determine how we move forward. But I know that moving forward, we voted for our national chief. We all did. But for me, when I look at the media, I'm horrified with what's out there. And I'm horrified about knowing, we're going to be having ministers here, and, is this how we conduct ourselves? Is this how we move forward? And is this how we bring people to the table? We need to be working together and not against each other. So, and also, I just wanted to say that Roseanne is spelled wrong in my name under the mover. And, you know, for me, looking at the thing there, the judge will make the decision. You all have your chance to have your vote, and, you know, you vote against it, then we carry on with business. And it's simply stated as that. And all I know is I came here to take care of business for my community, and I hope you all did too. So Cook's Jam.
Thank you, Cook P. Roseanne Casimir. We will also take the time to read the emergency draft resolution into the record. So if we could have it posted on screen again, please. And we will then go on to Chief Ira MacArthur for his comments. So, as I said, these resolutions are available on the AFN website. There's a section for emergency resolutions as well as for chiefs here at our distribution table. So, emergency draft resolution number 3, titled Special Business Suspension of the National Chief, moved by Cook P. Roseanne Casimir and seconded by Chief Ira MacArthur. Whereas, A, on May 27, 2022, National Chief Roseanne Archibald was notified that a confidential investigation would be conducted into 4 complaints made against her under AFN human resource policies. B, in violation of AFN policies, the National Chief has disclosed confidential information about complaints that had been against her and other AFN executives in remarks to the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly on June 15, 2022, and in media statements on June 16th and 17th, 2022, and otherwise thereby compromising the integrity of the AFN's complaint process. C, on June 17th, 2022, the Executive Committee suspended National Chief Archibald with pay in order to ensure a safe work environment for all AFN employees. D, pursuant to the Code of Conduct and the AFN Charter, the Executive Committee is requesting that First Nations in Assembly, the body with ultimate authority over the National Chief under the AFN Charter, determine whether the National Chief should be suspended. Therefore, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, temporarily suspend the employment of the National Chief with pay, 2, temporarily suspend the National Chief from her role and functions as National Chief under the AFN Charter, and 3, direct that the suspensions continue pending the outcome of the ongoing Human Resources investigation. Upon receipt of the HR investigation report, the Executive Committee shall convene a special assembly for the First Nations in Assembly to vote on a recommended decision of the Executive. Now I would look towards our seconder, Chief Ira MacArthur. Chief MacArthur, as process states, you would have 3 minutes to address the Assembly as seconder, and will be on microphone number 2.
Just want to say I'm humble with stay Mataki, but I wanted to put my name forth to second this resolution in regards to continued suspension of the National Chief. Because of the media, I don't think there's a place for us to argue and to air our dirty laundry in the media in any regards. I think we have processes built in within our organization to resolve a lot of the issues that are taking place today or that are being discussed today or surrounding this issue. And I know from best practices from all of our First Nations, you know, we always have a separation of politics from administration. And we have staff that manage these issues, these HR matters, and they should never lie at the table of politicians. A lot of times we look to our employees and our directors of our organization to manage these issues because that preserves us from liability in these matters. And for myself, I come from a community that's matriarchal in nature. I serve with all-female council, and a lot of times when we have issues come to the table, we always try to do things by consensus. And even at times when we don't, we never get to the point of arguing matters. No matter what, you know, it's something that we have to resolve at that table, and that's what we're elected to do. And with regards to the present National Chief, you know, for myself, I was really proud when that moment happened. You know, it was something that was really a monumental occasion for all of us. It was the first time our organization had a woman at the head.
And that's something that we have to uphold and honor, and we have to, all of us, not only as delegates, but as nations as well, we have to look toward this moment and this period of time as something that we can really have a lot of respect for. So I think with that, we hold the National Chief to a higher regard, and we do depend on her for some of the direction that should have been taken in this matter, where policy should have been followed, and we should have been looking, not have had these matters brought to our table here today. You know, because we have a lot of business that's pending with the government out there, and we need to be able to focus on those matters. We need to be able to have those matters given our full attention. And so that is for the reason that I wish to second the motion that's being made here today. So with that, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Chief Ira MacArthur. So, to continue the discussion, as was mentioned earlier during our test vote, we will be proceeding from microphone 1, 3 minutes, microphone 2, 3 minutes, going towards Zoom if anyone raises their hand. And to get onto the speakers list, you do have to raise your hand due to technical limitations. And then I'd look towards my staff to confirm if we have anyone on the phone line as we go to our first speaker. So, for our first speaker, for 3 minutes, microphone 1, if you could identify yourself, your community, and...
Chief Doris Bill, Kwanlundun First Nation of the Yukon, and standing beside me is my equal, Dana Tisha Tram, who is Chief of the Vuntaq-Witchin First Nation in the Yukon as well. First of all, Yukon First Nations and leadership met during the lunch break, and we do not support the suspension of the National Chief. We do, however, want to ensure that there is accountability and an improved pathway forward to rebuild the trust and confidence in this national organization and the leadership selected by the rights holders in our respective First Nation governments. So we put forward these recommendations. 1, we confirm that we are not in support of the suspension of the National Chief, Roseanne Archibald. 2, we recommend the National Chief Archibald and the Executive Committee come together and begin a process of reconciliation between these offices, guided by our traditional customary ways to heal the relationships and the process informed by the national councils. 3, National Chief Archibald and the Executive Committee be directed to actively participate in the HR investigation to respond to the staff complaints in good faith. 4, to schedule a special assembly to receive a report from the HR investigator. 5, National Chief and the Executive Committee refrain from making any public comments to the media in the interim until the investigation has been completed and reported on to the chiefs in assembly.
1 minute.
6, conduct a forensic audit, digital investigation and alleged breaches of communications of and within the AFN Secretariat for the period of 2021-2022. And lastly, as part of informing and improving of the Assembly of First Nation, that the AFN Secretariat, to address the toxicity and unhealthy work environment rooted in bullying and gender-based violence, that the AFN Executive Committee and Secretariat identify and dedicate resources to fully implement AFN Resolution number 13, 2020. And that resolution, titled Becoming a Role Model in Ending Sexual Orientation and Gender-Based Discrimination Within the Assembly of First Nation. Had that resolution been implemented, we would not be here discussing this today.
Thank you, Chief Bill. So, I understand that these are not amendments to the resolution, but statements that are now on the record, so thank you, Chief Bill. I will now go to microphone number 2, if you could state your name and community.
Hi, Doreen Cardinal, proxy chief for Chief Keeter Corson, Chapel Cree First Nation. And I swear once these crazy resolutions are dealt with, I'll sit down. We heard from the National Chief and her legal counsel this morning that she wasn't removed based on HR issues. So I think that what my recommendation is that this resolution be pulled off the floor, with all due respect to those that moved and seconded it, because it's not speaking to the truths. Also, the National Chiefs voted in to deal with these very issues that exist within the AFN. Really, in my heart, I think the way she was treated, she should get an apology. She's not an employee. She's an elected leader. We all elected her. And I think that needs to start to be respected. Again, I'm going to say, if the Confederacy of Nations was properly supported and funded, they would have been dealing with these matters and it wouldn't have had to go to media. We wouldn't have been in the dark because they would have come and reported this stuff to us. And we could have dealt with it with closed doors. So my recommendation is that the Confederacy of Nations be fully funded and fully supported, and that the charter stop being ignored. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Proxy Cardinal. Again, no amendments, but statements that are on the record. Thank you. I will look towards Zoom, see if anyone has raised their hands. Seeing none, look towards the phone lines. We're good on the phone lines too. And so finally go back to microphone number 1. You have 3 minutes if you could state your name and community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Casimir, proxy for Nasuk and Louie from Yakanuki, Tanaka Nation. Gisukyukit, Kapiniskit, who Sukafkukni Nausan Miyatki. I'd like to start out by acknowledging the territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam peoples and allowing them to have us here on their lands to have this important discussion. I'm speaking in opposition to this resolution, and I just wanted to also note that, like other regions, we had this conversation in our caucus, and what I'm going to share with you is what I've already shared with leadership from British Columbia. And it's my belief that there have been wrongs made on both sides in this situation. And I believe that in order to take steps to work towards a path forward, there needs to be ownership and recognition of those wrongs, and there needs to be apologies made for those wrongs in order to be able to heal. Second to that, this resolution is basically saying that National Chief is guilty and needs to be proven innocent. We have no information. It's been stated that there is no evidence to suggest what is being proposed here. And third, does the executive or the secretariat, if we support this resolution anyway, it suggests that the executive actually has the authority to suspend the National Chief. And in my opinion, they don't. The rules of the executive and the secretariat do not supersede the charter. It's the chiefs and the leadership in this room who voted for the National Chief. And it'll be the chiefs in this room that will decide the fate of a National Chief if it comes to that, not the executive. So again, based on those comments that I've just made to you, Mr. Chair, you're not supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Proxy Casimir. You'll return to microphone number 2. Your name and community, please.
Kakpi, which means chief. Judy Wilson from the Nisqually Indian Band of the Secwepemc Nation. And I'll concur with the last speaker. Many of our chiefs in the BC caucus had meetings yesterday and today, and we did discuss lifting that suspension that we didn't believe that was warranted to the National Chief. We were speaking more in line with the Resolution 1, which is talking about removing that suspension. We did question the authority of the executive and when they made the decision and then bringing it back to us after the fact. of making a suspension without the chiefs in the assembly and discussing those with the chiefs. I think we actually relayed that to our regional chief as well, why that wasn't brought to us first. So I think the order of getting our governance is important, what Chris Salem talked about, and also I really respected the way the two previous resolutions talked about the charter of the Assembly of First Nations, and they had said they were going to talk and come back about it. But with this one, I think you really do need to reinstate the national chief, then look at the governance issues, and then the HR issues are hopefully following those policies that are laid out, because what we heard from the lawyer themselves speaking this morning was that it was without authority. And then that's why it was clarified even that with the court that it wasn't with authority that the executive made these decisions. So, and even the executive said they were really challenged with this. I really respect all of the executive, but again, the pieces weren't there for them to make this proper decision. They didn't have all the full information. That was also said to us as well. And so I would say either withdraw this resolution, or if it does go on the floor, then we should immediately go to 01, which is on the agenda, which many of our chiefs are looking forward to in resolving this issue. It's got a clear path on there. And if we're saying we're going to walk the healing path, then let's all do it together. And I think 01 resolution speaks to that. But unfortunately, number 2 or number 3 doesn't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cook P. Wilson. And just as a matter of the agenda, Resolution 1 is coming after Resolution 3. I will look towards Zoom, see if anyone has their hands raised. Again, bottom right, click on reactions and then click the raise hand button, if ever. We do have Chief Terry Richardson. If we could have Chief Terry Richardson unmuted and put on the Assembly speakers.
Good evening from unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq here in Bathurst, New Brunswick, northern New Brunswick. I have a concern in regards to the resolution that's been put forward. Obviously, I can't support it. I believe the national chief was wrongly dismissed, but I noticed that nobody has made any calls to the action of a forensic audit, and that concerns me. I'm curious as to why we're not speaking along those terms, and I think it's important that as we move forward here that we clear the air. And one way of clearing the air and making sure that there's no wrongdoing is to have a forensic audit. So I firmly believe that that should be somewhere in a resolution as we move forward. And I support the national chief in her efforts. I believe she's been at the helm for a very short period of time and has done an excellent job. There is a policy and a procedure in place, obviously. I think there was a lack of foresight, perhaps, in picking the right path forward in the HR issues that were raised. So as we move forward, I think it's important that we get this behind us. Obviously, that's true, and move on to more serious issues that are before us. But it's important that we address these issues. So as we move forward, I believe there should be a forensic audit somewhere in some of these statements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Richardson. And I would refer you to, therefore, be it resolved 2 on Resolution 01 with regards to your statements. On to microphone number 1 for process.
He was here before me.
I know, but we said process would go
okay.
round robin. So, microphone 1.
Sorry, Brother Don. The chairs bumped me ahead of you. So, Doug Kelly, proxy for Cockapult. You know, it occurred to me, we spend a lot of time talking about truth and reconciliation, but we're always pointing the finger at the federal government or the churches, and provincial governments. We're at a time now where we need to look at some hard truths. And we have to reconcile. There are differences, and we should celebrate diversity. It's a strength. It only becomes a weakness when someone insists that their way is the only way. That's not leadership, that's dictatorship. And so I want to remind us that let's build on our diversity and let's make sure that it's a strength, not a weakness. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I started this morning by saying I love Roseanne, and I also echoed my love for each and every one of the regional chiefs. I still hold that view. I agree with previous speakers that have said that there's been harm done to all. Own it, reflect on it, put it away. We have real work to do. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is another tool to fill the empty box called Section 35. Let's move on it.
1 minute.
Let's make sure we fill that box. So the only way we're going to get there is by defeating this resolution. I don't agree with it. I don't support it. We have real work to do. I agree that we need to do some truth and fact-finding. We can appoint a Chiefs Committee to do that. And I'm really grateful for the young man behind me. Probably wasn't born when I began my leadership career. That's how we know we're getting old, Don and others. But he sees brightness.
20 seconds.
He sees a future. But it means we have to come together. Asia.
Thank you, Proxy Kelly. Microphone number 2.
Sego Sawaguego. First of all, I want to thank the host communities here that are welcoming us to their traditional territory. It's much appreciated, and I did hear the message about how we have to treat each other with respect. I ask the Sungoyadis on the Crater to help us all in the deliberations that we have today. And if there's any hatchet at the head table, I ask all the leaders to show true leadership and bury it. Take the dissension away from your mind and your heart and try to work together. I do not support the suspension of the National Chief. The Executive Committee has authorized an investigation to take place until we know what the outcome is of those, where everybody's had a chance to tell their truth, including the National Chief. Roseanne, I ask you to participate in that, to tell them what your side of the story. And everybody not make any judgments until we hear what the outcome of that report is. With regard to the National Chief's concern for the need for a forensic audit, I would ask that the executive, who has the responsibility to authorize or direct that decision, that they have a meeting tonight and discuss the National Chief's concerns with an open heart and an open mind, and come back tomorrow with a recommendation on whether or not this investigation is warranted. All we have received is a list of contracts. It doesn't give us any details about what is wrong with those contracts. It's not illegal to contract with somebody. And if you feel it's warranted, who's going to pay for it? Does the FN have the money to pay for it? Are you going to go to the OPP, anti-rackets branch, to ask them to investigate? Are you going to go to the RCMP? Are you going to go to the Auditor General and ask the government to conduct this? We don't have those details. I want to be on record to say, if there's any, the chiefs are not covered by the AFN insurance for liability and risk, so if there are lawsuits, that's not going to extend to the chiefs for any protection. We're going to be on our own. The directors are covered by your insurance policy for libel and slander and risks, but we are not. And so I would strongly recommend your lawyer and consult your insurance company about what coverage do the directors have going down this path, because obviously if there's not enough money in the corporation to satisfy any lawsuits, they can reach out against you personally. So there's a lot to consider here. And I want to be on record saying that the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte will not be liable for any fallout from this affair.
10 seconds.
We We're asked to lobby for $73 billion for housing and infrastructure, and if we say the chiefs can't be trusted, is the government going to be willing to give us any more money? So there could be long-term harm come to all of our communities. So we need to look carefully. And my grandmother always said, when you're in public, put your best foot forward. So I'd ask you to stop all of this squabbling in the press. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, Chief Don Miracle. I will now go towards our Zoom members, and we have Chief Sasha Labilawa. If we could have them unmuted and if their camera's open, posted on the screen. Chief Labilawa, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. There I am. I just wanted to state for the record also that I don't support this resolution. We voted our national chief in, and I agree with most of the comments that were already made. We don't have all the information, and it's a harsh decision to take without having the results of the investigation. And I also support a forensic audit, because if we do that, then we have all our answers. And if there was nothing going on, then it's great. But if there was, then, you know, we move forward and we do better. Thank you.
Thank you to Chief Labilawa. National Chief just wants me to state that she's not leaving, she's coming back. She just had to step out for a moment. If we could go to microphone 1, Kil Salem.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kil Salem, Squamish Nation. I'm the elected chairperson. We don't have an elected chief because we have a custom election system, but we do have an elected chair, serving my first term as chairperson, my second term on the council. I'm going to use my time as quickly as possible. And I think what I'll say to this resolution, and to this moment in which we are having to talk about this unlawful suspension of the national chief by the executive committee. Unlawful. These are the facts. They made a mistake. They should not have tried to suspend the national chief. They got caught. Now this resolution comes forward to try and fix what they shouldn't have done in the first place. More facts. The bylaws for the National Indian Brotherhood sets out who is the corporation board of directors, which is the executive plus the national chief. The bylaws for the National Indian Brotherhood also state that there's a process that has to be followed if they are to suspend or remove one of the board members for the National Indian Brotherhood. 20 days, opportunity to respond to the allegations. Not followed. It was not followed by the board of the National Indian Brotherhood, which is the executive. When I ask myself why I have had to come here yesterday and today to spend this many hours talking about a suspension, an investigation, an HR complaint, innuendo, accusations. I heard the speeches from the executive committee earlier today. I asked myself after, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? I heard innuendo. I heard accusations. I heard accusations against the national chief in the same speech with the same accusations that they're accusing her of.
1 minute.
I speak forcefully on this because I believe in the power of our nations coming together. A power for us to set the agenda with the government, to achieve results for our people. I want this organization to be the most effective advocacy organization in the world, and it won't be, because this moment right now to me has highlighted a really important problem. The AFN needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed. The powers of the executive need to be clarified. The separation of administration and politics needs to happen. We need to fix these things. And I say that as one of BC's reps on the Charter Renewal Committee, which hasn't been able to meet for a year because of a lack of quorum, which is a systemic problem across many chiefs committees. Again, AFN needs to be fixed. And I know that the people in this room, the chiefs from across this country, we want to show up to these meetings, we want to do the best we can, do the right thing, and create results.
Closing comments, please, Council.
And so I just really raise my hands to everybody, and I say we vote no on this resolution.
Thank you, Chairperson Kilsalem. With regards to time constraints, I'm going to recognize the people who are waiting in line, and once we have passed through those who are already in line, we can proceed to the vote. So, for microphone number 2.
Bonjour, Mishgrab Nindijnakas, Makwan Nindodam, Nishnabe and Dow. Kachimigwich Kijamana do, Mino Kijigad, Kachimigwich, Mino Bemadizi win. Today is 1,933 days sober for me since my last drink. The Anishinaabe, the Ojibways of Oniguming, stand with National Chief Roseanne Archibald. We oppose this resolution, but mostly we call for unity. We're in a state of emergency for suicides. We're in a state of emergency for mental wellness. 8 years ago myself, I suffered from addiction and suicidal ideation right here in Vancouver. But we've got some young women here with us from Oniguming, some youth, and I want to show them it's possible that you can come from that and come all the way and be 5 years sober and be chief. But mostly what I want to show them is to stand and speak with dignity. And I do respect my colleagues. Many of the regional chiefs have worked with you for a long time. But I truly believe that the Assembly of First Nations would never have treated a man, national chief, this way. Only a woman we treat this way. I just watched Ontario Chiefs walk out on a woman, elderly leader, as she was trying to speak to race to this vote. I had the time to speak to one of our elders that we're going to be honoring today, Fred Kelly, and I'm just reminded to go back to our elders, to go back to our teachings and our sacred items. I know it's a corporation, but we have to stop acting like it.
1 minute.
I call for unity for the sake of the young people, for the youth of the Ojibways of Oniguming, to end our state of emergency once and for all. I call for unity to save lives of our people so that no more young people and no more of our older people as well, the residential school survivors, have to die unnecessarily. And that's how it's been back home for the last year since I've been chief. So I ask us to end this, to all support the national chief, to come together. I'm not sure if I support a forensic audit or not, but I will say this, that if there is a forensic audit, it shouldn't just be about the last 8 years. It shouldn't be about National Chief Bellegarde. I supported National Chief Bellegarde. I've supported all of our national chiefs. If you're going to do a forensic audit, do it for everything. But again, I plead for unity for all of the chiefs to come together for the state of communities like ours that are suffering and dying. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief of Oniguming. And just as a matter of agenda, we will be having a presentation from the youth that were mentioned tomorrow morning in the first part of our agenda. I will now go towards Chief Ramona Sutherland on our Zoom call. If we could have her unmuted. Chief Ramona Sutherland.
I don't even have any. Miigwech, watching with on National Chief, miigwech uttaga vegetarian chemian mina. Thank you very much to the National Chief for speaking on behalf of what is happening in our territory. And I just want to, I hope that things work out well for all of us as chiefs. I am a young chief, actually. This is my first year as a chief, and I've heard repeatedly of the corruption in the chief's realm of the world. And I'm sad to say that I'm now part of that. And just because of what's generally said, and here we are today speaking in camera. And I'm not sure if this is actually going to be in camera like the national chief. She had some security and speaking in camera, and now here we are. And I hope it's not the same for me, just because I say something. I'm not into censorship, but I like to respect and expect that we will have respect for each other. So I just want to say, I want to say thank you to the National Chief for coming to the AFN to speak. And now we're being asked to vote on no facts. So that's impossible to do, you know, to vote with no facts. So I just want to say miigwech to all those that have said something and shared your opinions. I really appreciate it as a young chief, and I hope that we can overcome this with some dignity. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Sutherland. If we can go to microphone number 1.
Thank you.
If you could state your name and community.
Chief Calvin Sanderson, Tagastapis and Ban of the Cree Nation. I guess I've been sitting here all day, walking back and forth from my hotel and here and having our own caucus. And there's about 48 resolutions that are waiting here for the chiefs to pass. For now, we're going to do a nominee bus here. It's sort of like kindergarten here I'm looking at. Not one side or the other, you're hearing two sides of this organization that the First Nations created. Hearing our elder here, Ted, about the past leaders of the AFN, the NIB. You know, things should have stayed where they're at. Why did they come out? You know, we're here to make a vote. Let's just get on with it and vote yay or nay, and let's move on. What time is it already? You know? Let's get out of here. I come a long ways to travel here to represent my membership back at home that don't even have a land base. We're landless. We need that government to reinstate our community. And I need my flag raised up there that I gave the executive or whoever this morning, because it came a long ways. It traveled from Saskatchewan to be acknowledged a part of those First Nations that are behind you. You know, you as executives and the national chief work together. No, this is not a classroom. You guys have differences. You represent us. We voted you in. We have our regional chief that represents us at that table, and he speaks on our behalf. I sit on a few committees here, the ACE and the Chiefs Committee on Lands and Territory, and I sit with your staff too, and they do a lot of good work, but I do not support a forensic audit because it costs a lot of damn money. Let's get on business and let's take a vote on this. I call question.
Thank you, Chief Calvin. As we well know, calling question is a suggestion that the chair has to observe and look at. Since we had already closed the speakers list, and I want to give the opportunity to people who were already standing here, different people have raised their hands on Zoom. The list was already closed. No one else is there. So we will finish with our 4 final speakers, and then we will go to the vote. So microphone number 2, please.
Chief Tony Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation. Pinaigin nininojiwan na nahabanin soda istuchumuzam no shin wakana au chamit na iwaishakito. I just want to bring greetings to all the chiefs who are here, all the elders, all the people in the gallery, as well as the national chief and the regional chiefs. I greet you as well. I want to acknowledge the people of this land, and I give thanks for this opportunity to gather. I just wanted a couple of comments. One is like everyone else, I've been watching some of the soap opera that's been happening on the AFN across this land. It's really embarrassing. It's not something that we like to see. I pay more attention to my community. I try not to participate at this level very much, but I've seen a lot of that. And like I said, it's embarrassing. You've heard people say you shouldn't be airing out the laundry here. And that's true. You're all responsible for that. You're all responsible for looking after this identity and how the narrative is being spoken about at the AFN. That's your fault. That's your responsibility. You know, that is happening right now. And I also don't appreciate the regional chiefs reaching out to the chiefs who are here. For myself, I guess I can't speak for everyone, and asking us to do some of the work that you want done. You know, when I look at the table, if we're going to suspend anybody, we suspend the national chief. We also include the entire regional chief, because you're all responsible for this. And if we look, and if we want to create a committee, a chiefs committee, the chiefs are all here. Everybody has that experience, and chiefs have experience as well, where a council will say, well, we'll overturn the chief. And what happens to a community in our First Nations is that it creates a bigger division.
1 minute.
And we shouldn't be supporting that. So that's the other thing. I also want to mention that contracts are with our responsibility of operations. National chief, that stuff shouldn't be in public. That should be with the organization. And so my final comment is this. You know, we all have a fiduciary duty to look after our people, to stand here on their behalf, not our own personal behalf. You don't have that luxury. You gave that up when you became a leader for people. You stand here on behalf of the people. So, I also want to invite people, as well as the Kamloops Indian band, to my community when the Pope is making a visit. I know that she wanted to be a part of that, to have that audience, and I extend that invitation to everybody here. But with that, I say we're here, we remind ourselves our responsibility for the people, and to look after them in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Alexis. If we could return to microphone number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tansei Nanaskaman Kakio. My name is Mark Arkin. I'm the Tribal Chief of the Saskatoon Tribal Council. I have the proxy for Chief Tricia Sutherland of the One Arrow First Nation. She told me, National Chief, that she supports you in your work that you're doing, and I am opposing this resolution. However, we need to talk about truth in regards to what's going on. And you talked about the 7 sacred teachings. Truth, honesty. The truth is, you're all a team. You work for 634 First Nations. And right now, it doesn't feel like a team. This debate that you're having, publicly, not publicly, media, you're putting the chiefs in assembly in the middle. Unacceptable. You guys made a decision to suspend. Now you're asking the chiefs in assembly to override that decision. I think at the end of the day, we need a new executive committee, which is people under you, so you're accountable to that executive, that board, because whatever portfolio you hold, if you're education, you work for 634 First Nations. And you have work plans, and you have outcomes, and you have results. If we want a forensic audit, which I think we should have, bring that to the chiefs in assembly, ask them to vote on it, and then you'll get your direction. As an executive, as a team, and working together. Because right now, it's fractured, and you're putting all of us in the middle, and it's unacceptable. I wouldn't mind to be part of the new reform and charter, because I think governance is one of my specialties. I've reformed our tribal council to be more accountable and transparent and show outcomes and results. I have to get full direction from my 7 Nation chiefs to do anything, and I think it should be the same thing here that works for you guys, because you're an advocate. You're not a government. 634 First Nations are governments. This is where the power is. This is where the strength is. And at the end of the day, you take direction from them. Lastly, we talk about the National Brotherhood. I think we have to change that name. Why? Because it's not inclusive of our female women. And I think we have to change this entire organization to do what's best for our people and do exactly how we call it, as being united. And I say that with all due respect, because there's too much violence against our women. This is not a gender thing, but it also happens to men. But I think this title of National Brotherhood has to be changed to show equality. We teach our young people to be fair, to be honest, and right now, it's not equality. So I hope these recommendations are considered. Hi, Nanaskaman. Thank you.
Walalan Proxy Arca. So, as was stated, we have two final speakers on our speakers list. If we could have microphone 2 opened.
Good afternoon. I'd like to do this the proper way. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the host communities that invited us to their beautiful land. I just want to get right into it. I want to be straight and to the point. I'm very upset. You know, it takes longer to pronounce my community's name and to say my name than the 1 minute they gave my elder. We traveled 21 hours to get here, and he was only given 1 minute to speak. That's a crying shame. AFN doesn't tell Kiskus what to do. We tell them what to do. They're there to represent us. You know, when I wake up in the morning and see the paper that the national chief has been suspended, and then my band members are asking me what happened, and I don't know what happened, that's a crying shame. We're airing our laundry out in all the public of Canada to see. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I was proud of AFN to see that they were fighting for our treaty rights. They were talking about education, housing, things like that. And now I don't even hear that anymore. It's more like an administrative thing. I'm speaking my mind. You know, every time we talk about AFN, it's always about administrative stuff that Kiskus can do. Now I've been a chief for a year, and I've tried to contact the national chief for the last year. 4 times I tried to contact her office. Only once she responded. Once. And in the last 10 days, I've gotten over 15 emails from that office. You know, why is that? So I'm very upset. I want to see us get, you know, how is this organization going to help my community? How is it going to help the rest of the communities across Canada when we can't even get 1 minute to speak for our elders? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. For the record, before we proceed to our final speaker, I just want to state that the elder was given 3 minutes, as had been requested, to address the Assembly. And our final speaker on this matter, on emergency resolution number 3, if we could have microphone number 2.
All right, good afternoon. Chief Fabian Hitt from the Red Earth Cree Nation. I'd like to acknowledge the elders for the opening prayers this morning, and also acknowledge the leaders and the people here of this beautiful nation, beautiful area. I just want to state for the record my opposition to the motion here. You know, it's unfortunate that it's come down to this, but you know, I've been struggling to understand the Article 18 under the powers and functions of the Executive Committee. And I'm still trying to understand where did they get that authority to enact, to suspend the national chief who was elected by the 634 chiefs? And that's there I'm struggling with to understand that aspect. Because the AFN charter is dealing with governance, and this is a political forum that we're here. A lot of this stuff is HR administrative matters that are being discussed. So I just wanted to state that. And also, my late father used to say, there's 3 sides to a story. We've heard both sides. Now we need to hear the 3rd side, the truth. Thank
you, Chief Eminent. As stated, I see Proxy Hart has his hand raised, but we had already closed the speakers list, so we will be proceeding to the vote now. Clearly, we do not have consensus, so we will proceed to the vote on resolution number 3. Emergency draft resolution number 3, special business, suspension of the national chief. If I could have the resolution brought up on the screens, please. Like we said, we're in a hybrid assembly, so we have 2 different votes that will be proceeding at the same time to recognize all our chiefs. The first one will be to open the Zoom vote so that those on the platform can enter their votes. And as well, I will look towards the Assembly floor. Those who are against Emergency Draft Resolution 3, Special Business Suspension of the National Chief, please raise your lanyards and maintain them raised as our teams work towards counting. Against. People who are against Resolution number 3, Emergency Resolution. Okay. The resolution is asking to suspend. So if you are against the suspension. If we could have the therefore be it resolved put on the screen, please. And my staff is confirming that we have no one on the phone line, so this will be in the Assembly Hall and due to the nature of the issue, we will take the time to count all the votes. I think we see the results already, but we will still take the time to have the official results validated by our scrutineers and our distribution team. Thank you for your patience. I remind those that are on Zoom, you have the option to vote for, against, or abstain, and to remember to press the submit button to make sure that you do have your vote included in the count. Perfect. So those, you can lower your lanyards. I will now look for those who want to abstain from Draft Resolution 03, Special Business Suspension of the National Chief. And I'm being confirmed that there's still no one on the phones. You may lower your lanyards. And finally, those who would like to vote for Emergency Draft Resolution number 3, Special Business Suspension of the National Chief, please raise your lanyards. You may lower your lanyards. So, in order for a resolution to pass, it has to have 60% approval. Clearly, this resolution did not. So, emergency draft resolution number 3, special business suspension to the national chief, has been defeated. Official and final tally will be presented to the Assembly during the rest of the day. So now I will turn the chair over to Weena.
Un petit minute, puis on aura à l'heure du jour 4h15 l'hommage de couverture et à 4h30 on aurait la délégation du Vatican et après on pourra et puis désolé l'hommage pour la délégation du Vatican est prévu durer 45 minutes. Alors on en a pour 1 heure et après on pourrait continuer avec les résolutions d'urgence 1 et 2 pour terminer tout ça aujourd'hui. Alors, est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec ce que je propose? Is anyone opposed to what I just suggested, meaning that we proceed with with the blanket dance and then the honoring and then urgent draft resolution 1 and 2 after? Do you all agree with this? Oh, really? You want to finish the resolution? So the decision is yours. So to deal with this, the draft resolution, urgent draft resolution right now, Do I hear? I'm not changing. I'm just telling you it's not because I want to change anything. It's just because I want you to be aware that we have guests, we have some our guests. We might have to cancel them. Just want you to be aware that if we're dealing with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2 right now, there are chances that we have to cancel the blanket dance and the honoring for the Vatican. This is the only thing. This is not a decision for me to make. I want you. So, okay. So, yes. Sorry. Microphone number 1, please. You want to address the Assembly on that regards? To you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lynn Akus. I'm Chief of Segame and Nishnabek. I'm sitting beside Chi Anishinaabe, Fred Kelly, and they've been here all day, and the honoring has been rescheduled. They're getting tired. We shouldn't make them wait, our elders wait.
So you suggest, you propose here that we go to the blanket dance and the honoring, and then deal with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2. So this is a proposition we heard at microphone number 1. Microphone number 2, please.
I'm Doug Kelly, proxy for Cockapult. Happy to support moving ahead with the blanket dance and the honoring ceremony, but not the resolutions after. We're going to be done. So resolutions tomorrow morning, first thing.
Yes. Okay. I have a seconder here, so the mover and a seconder. And okay, so just to be clear, the proposition we have before us. Okay, so just maybe I'm going to take microphone number 2, but just to be clear, the proposition we have before us is to deal right now with the blanket dance and the honoring for the Vatican. And then this will put an end to our long day, and we would deal with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2 tomorrow morning. And we have someone that moved that and seconded that, but it's not finished. I'm gonna, microphone number 2, please.
Hoi Kakina, Chief Waituk from Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabe. I think it's very difficult to gather as chiefs. I say we keep moving on with the resolution since we only got one done, so we're losing time. I say, our council meetings, we all go through council meetings. They go on through the evening sometimes.
Okay.
Let's continue forward with our resolutions.
Okay, thank you. I hear you. So we have someone that opposed this resolution here, and we heard him. So Chief Waituk just explained that he wouldn't support to go to the blanket dance and the honoring. So we have a motion that has been moved and seconded. I will go to I will go to microphone number 2 and then to Chief Ramona Sutherland online, and you want to address on that? Okay, so the two last, and then we go to the vote on that. So microphone number 2 to you.
Doreen Cardinal, proxy for Chief Keeter Corson, Chapel Cree First Nation, and I'll second that motion to be done for the day.
After the honoring and the Vatican, so
yeah.
You're in support with are you the seconder?
I'm saying that I'll second that. You
yeah, but
said
it has
seconder.
already been seconded.
Oh, okay, that's great then. Let's go.
Thank you, but thank you. But I didn't get the name of the seconder. Oh, you're the thank you. I might need you. Stay there. So the online Chief Ramona Sutherland, if you want to speak in this regards, please. The floor is yours.
Well, Jay, I'm not going to speak to the resolution at hand, and I'm sorry. I was wanting to request we hear from our national chief on such a historic moment for a lot of us. I had said previously that I'm a new chief, and I would like to see. I'm happy to see that the suspension is dead now. So, but I would like to hear from our national chief, please.
Thank you. Sorry, my microphone. Thank you, Chief. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so microphone number two times. And please, yes, and then we go to the vote. And just to be clear, the topic, the matter that is discussed right now on the floor is that we have someone that moved and another that seconded a motion to do the blanket dance and the honoring right now and to close the day after. We'll go to a vote after that. So the last two speakers are at microphone number 2 because we have our mover at the microphone number 1. So microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting a little confusing with the Assembly here because we were sent a provisional agenda with the audit on it, and the revised agenda this morning, the audit's not on it. I'd like an explanation. Why is that? Why is that?
I hear you, and I could put myself at your place, and I understand. But I think that we have copies.
Who can answer the
question? We have
question?
copies, but audit is at day 3. Audit, I know it's different, but there's no rules that restrain us to do that, and this has been adopted this morning within the adoption of the agenda. So audit is at D3.
Okay.
Does it answer to your question, Chief?
Okay, you just moved it to day 3 then.
Pardon me?
You moved it to day 3.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last but not the least, Chief Heyman, microphone number 2.
Good afternoon, Chief Heyman, Kebawek First Nation. As the mover or the seconder of resolution number 1, the mover and I are agreeable to allowing the activities, to continue. We've received some messaging from our colleagues in the Yukon and BC regions about friendly amendments and additions to resolution number 1. So we would like to do them because we believe they will strengthen and improve the resolution, and we bring it back onto the floor for a vote and decision in the morning.
Oh, thank you, Chief. So you would vote for the motion to continue the day with the blanket cover and the honoring to the delegation to the Vatican, because you would bring your emergency resolution, an amended version tomorrow morning of emergency draft resolution number 1. Correct. Thank you, Chief. Let's go to a vote just to make sure that we have a majority of chiefs here that agree to end the day with our 2 next topics, or business items, blanket dance, and then honoring, and then the day would be finished, day 1, and we would continue tomorrow morning with emergency draft resolution 1 and 2 tomorrow morning. So, anyone oppose? Oppose? No, I knew there was a confusion, sorry. So, anyone oppose, please raise your lanyard. If you oppose, meaning you want to deal with resolution right now, you want to say bye-bye to our guests. So I think it is a clear consensus. So thank you all. I acknowledge that the mover wants to speak to that matters. So can I just declare that the motion carried? Thank you very much. this confirms what I just said, but thank you, congratulations, this is extraordinary today. We are all on the same page. That is good. Okay, so microphone number 1, please.
I just want to say one thing, and I hope everybody will agree with me on this. I want to thank our co-chairs for today. It's a tough job. You're in a tough position. You've done wonderfully.
Let's see.
And this is a tough meeting to chair. It's hard. Nobody else would want to be in their role. You've done a wonderful job. I know how tough it is. Just want to thank you.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of my co-chair, thank you both of us, because we're a team and we really like to work together. And thank you. This is it's touching. Thank you. Okay, so I will now, I will just announce it. I will now announce that the next topic on the agenda is the blanket dance. So there will be a blanket dance for the young family, and we will invite Chief Marcel Head and Chief Fabian Head. And just to introduce this blanket dance, I want to invite National Chief to introduce it. She just has some introductive remarks to invite them, and then we'll go with the blanket dance. So thank you very, very much, National Chief.
Thank you very much, Weena. I agree with Kilsalem that you have taken us through a very difficult matter. You've done commendable and amazing work. I want to thank everyone for all your comments and for striking down this unlawful suspension that happened. I raise my hands to all of you and I say thank you. I welcome these comments about burying the hatchet. I welcome the comments about forgiveness. We were asked to come together, and we will. I am 100% committed to meeting with the regional chiefs. I need my phone back. I need my emails back. I need to be reinstated fully. And thank you. Regarding the opposition to the forensic audit, the corruption needs to be exposed. So I hope that the chiefs will work on a resolution that makes sure that we have full transparency, full accountability, and truth around the finances of AFN, and I fully support that. Whatever you decide, chiefs, I'm standing with you. I stand here because of you. I serve our people. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to continue my service in the hopes that we will lift up our people, that we will give them the love and care that they need, that we will have the things that we want. Our children living in safe and vibrant communities surrounded by the love and care of their families. Prosperity. A proper economic deal with Canada. The implementation of your goals. Let's move forward together. Miigwech. And I do want to just turn to say that I really am so grateful to little Frank's family. I met with the chief when I was up in Prince Albert. And I support this family in their search for little Frank. He needs to be found. He needs to come home. So I ask everyone to not only send your love and care to Frank, but this blanket dance is to raise funds for them. So I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chief Pratt to talk more about the blanket dance, as well as he will introduce other speakers. Miigwech.
Thank you, National Chief, and thank you to the leadership for giving us time today for the family. For those of you who may not be aware of following the news, Frank Young disappeared a few months ago, and the family has been searching for him for quite a while now, and this blanket dance that we're having here today is to raise funds to support the continued search efforts and to support the family as they work on bringing little Frank home. So I want to turn the microphone over to Chief Marcel Head, and then Chief Fabian Head, and then Teresa Whitecap will speak on behalf of the family, and then we'll have the drummers sing. We'll have the blanket up here, then people can go by. And I just want to thank you in advance for all your donations to the family. Miigwech.
Good afternoon to the Assembly. I stand here, with a humble heart, asking you for your support to help find little Frank. This picture that I hold in my hand. Frank, little Frank, as we refer to him, went missing April 19th. And the family have reached out to the leaders in Saskatchewan, the province of Saskatchewan, the RCMP, and as well as other people that have provided the resources and also the expertise in finding little Frank. But we're here to tell you that according to Indigenous Services Canada, have exhausted their resources in helping find Frank. And it's becoming more challenging to find resources, and that's why we are here today to ask for your generous donation to helping find Frank. Frank is from my own community, from Shoal Lake. His parents reside in Shoal Lake. But at the time of his missing, when he went missing, he was living with his aunt and uncle in Red Earth. And today, the family, as well as the two First Nations, Shoal Lake Cree Nation and Red Earth Cree Nation, ask for your support to donate, whatever amount you can donate for the cause, to find Frank. What is more even challenging is, people lose hope. People tend to come to their own conclusions. And and like any other missing person in Canada, have lost all their efforts, to finding those missing, even men and women that have gone missing. The resources are not there. The expertise that we do rely on are not there anymore. So we as Indigenous people across Canada need to stand together. And we all support, in finding these people, whether it's a woman, a young girl, a child. Today, we still have our people still searching for Frank by way of boats, ATVs, and on foot. It went even challenging when the price of fuel went up in the last little while. And therefore, that's one way, that we've seen the resources start to diminish. But again, on behalf of Shoal Lake Cree Nation, on behalf of my council, and on behalf of the Young, the Mackay, the Laughlin family, we thank you for your generous donations that you will be providing today. And we ask all, every person, every delegate, every person that has registered to this assembly to make a generous donation to help find Frank. He was a nash commit now, Kagano, and was captain to Tayag. Mina into Tamata, Westasi, and no part to make Hanun Sapesi into Tamata. The Paginaswig, Tanigog, Paginagog, no Tepaginaswego. The Wichiak, the Mishoago, Napis, Frank, Kasnigast. Unigigo, Minaniga Gigan enemy. Iga stesa ni utse, uchichik. Magay iga nini mitnete migosiyogag. Spiga hotay. Iga utse miskawid. Magusan menote isentutamata anusagi sigag. Tasud sadanigi gagipesi waniagok iskoak. Skinig skog, skinig squesak, na puisak, skinigiok, na peok. It was a pagan, see, they say no but the Megan was saying to Tamata, gets not an isto, it was a gispa, but we say the mono. Magai, and was guys in Tutamata, the tiny nagutse, then Siniminanak, Minaya Hog, Ungagiwagumatsik, Frank. Tapagichi, hated tag, he was him tag, Minagichimi got say, hated tag, suspend the Paganimon, Tapagnason and Uskagi Sigak. With that, chiefs, councillors, delegation, we ask for your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, thank the co-chairs for allowing Red Earth and Shoal Lake and the family of Frank Young to come and share some information. You know, Frank went missing on April 19th. Outside his residence, to date, we've had over 600 volunteers come and help. We've had over 16 search and rescue crews come and help as well. And also we've had some numerous volunteers come from other provinces as well to make their trip and come and help and be part of the search. You know, the search is obviously, today's day 76 of the search. And, you know, as the search continues, we still continue to be hopeful. We still continue to perceive this as a rescue mission. And that hope we're talking about is the supernatural power of God, Creator, to give that strength to Frank that we found alive, that miracle, that we're hopeful that the Creator will answer those prayers. On June 19th, we had an awareness, June 21st, we had an awareness walk, which brought together the communities of the Shoal Lake and Red Earth Cree Nation. Today, we've somewhat beginning to exhaust our resources. ISK has somewhat pulled out 2 weeks ago. The RCMP have pulled out 2 weeks ago as well. The Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency as well pulled out 2 weeks ago. So the search for the last 2 weeks have been primarily from the efforts of volunteers of Red Earth and Shoal Lake. We've also had a day of fast as well, cry to the Creator to answer our prayers. And we continue to ask for your support, your donations. As I said before, that we are beginning to exhaust our resources in searching for Frank, and we will continue to search for Frank. I'm thankful. God bless. Before I forget, I'd like to also announce and share an email address where you can send your donations. I apologize for not having this information on the screen, but the email address that we have is charlenehead@redearthcreenation.com. I'll provide this information to the chair to hopefully put up on the screen. So thank you.
We'll have one final speaker come address the Assembly, and then we will have one of our host drums play a song as the members continue to come and help support this family. We have the blanket here to receive the donations that you want to send to our family. Teresa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of my grandson, Frank Young, who has been missing since April 19th. Frank is an adorable boy. He is very creative in his classroom. I have his teacher standing beside me to come and support me. And she's been telling me stories about Frank. And I wish I can share them with you. But there's too much to share. Thank you, thank you. My family selected me to be the spokesperson for them. My brother passed away, who is Frank's grandfather. I'm the second oldest in the family, so I'm looking after my nieces. Frank's mom and dad, Frank's caregiver, who's my niece, Barbara Mackay, and Jarvis Mackay. I'd like to thank all the people that have come forward to support us in finding Frank. There are too many people to mention from my local community, Red Earth, external communities. Thank you. We have a lot of people that have come and cooked for the searchers. And I'm glad that they're providing food for the searchers, 3 meals a day. They wake up 6 o'clock in the morning to come and prepare meals for them. I have so much to be thankful for. And I come here with a heavy heart because my grandson is still missing. My family circle is broken. It's void. Trying us to come and fill that family circle again. I'm asking everybody in the building to say a prayer for my family. And that's what I tell my family on family page. Make sure you pray before you go to bed. And ask our Creator to lead us to where Frank is so the searchers can bring him home. There's a lady that I want to thank that contacted me last week. And that's the one that got the ball rolling for me to be here, and her name is Brenda Bear. And I'd like to thank FSI and Vice Chief Heather Bear for financially helping me to be here and all the people that are involved. And I want to thank the people behind me that are standing behind me for the support. Chief Marcel, Chief Fabian, and all the people that are here. I thank you so much. And thank you for your donations. Like Chief had said, we are to a point where we need to fix our machines. I just received a text that one of the Argos broke down, and we need funds to pay for these. 3 engines for our boats also broke down, and they need to be fixed. So we need financial resources to get this fixed so the searchers can continue looking for my grandson, little Frank. And with that, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, for the support. Appreciate it. And like the families requested, we ask that you pray for them, pray for their strength. Thank you for all your gifts today. Those of you that are sending e-transfers, we thank you in advance for that financial help. And most importantly, we want to pray for Frank to come home. So, Miigwech, thank you.
To close off our ceremony.
E-transfer?
Yep.
Chief, what's the e-transfer?
We're going to go to close off this ceremony. We will have a song from Robert George to honor the family. But before we do, we're going to remind you of the email address for e-transfers. So it's Charlene, C-H-A-R-L-E-N-E, head, H-E-A-D, at redearthcreenation.com. So once again, Charlene Head at redearthcreenation.com. So I would look towards our drummer to offer a song for the family.